be more than 100 years old, but it is always the friendly confines here in Chicago, Wrigley Field, where the Phils get set to begin a 3-game series against the best team in the National League and possibly the best team in baseball, the Chicago Cubs. Why do we think they're the best team in the National League or in baseball? Well, take a look at the best records in the National League. The top 6 marks include the Phillies, but sitting atop that list are the Cubs with a 31-14 records. Hi, everybody. I'm Tom McCarthy, joined by Matt Stairs. We hope you're getting a good start to your Memorial Day weekend. We certainly are out here in Chicago. And last year when the Phillies were here, it was a very good series, a very good weekend. It included 3 straight victories.
Well, it was a very good weekend and a very good series. And the reason why is because we didn't rely on one guy to carry the team throughout the series. We had contributions from everyone, especially in game 1 right here. 9th inning, Cody actually comes up. Man on second base, he hits a double to right field, thinking he hit a home run, but it went far enough to get caught in the ivy, which tied the game, which is nice to see these guys getting the clutch hits late in the game right there. Then all of a sudden, in the 10th inning, Frenchie comes up, hits a hanging off-speed pitch and absolutely crushes this ball to left field for a 2-run shot right there. And then we know what happens after that. Papelbon comes in, tries to close the game out, and does what he does. He goes in, throws strikes. He gets Ross for the final out with the strikeout. They win game 1.
Well, it was a nice way to start that weekend series. Game number 2, Ryan Howard had somewhat of a renaissance. This is against Jake Arrieta. It's the last time Arrieta has lost a game. That's right, the last time he's lost a game. So that's a 3-run home run for Ryan Howard. And then we all know after that what happened. That's all Cole Hamels needed. Hamels in the 9th inning working on the no-no. It's a great play here by Maikel Franco, charging and throwing on the run. And then this pitch to Dexter Fowler right on the outside part of the plate. This was a little exciting, probably too exciting for everybody to take, but there were smiles afterward as Cole Hamels threw the no-hitter. His next start would be in a Texas Rangers uniform, but there was still one more game to go for the Phils.
Yeah, it's for Aaron Nolan. How fun backing that game up, but he did. He went out. He threw very well. He does what he does very best, throwing these nice curveballs right here, getting guys swinging and misses. Even these guys are swinging at the curveballs that are going to hit him in the knee. But it's also nice to get the offense. Maikel Franco was swinging the bat very well this series. Crushes the 2-run home run here to left field. So it's nice. Again, these guys are hitting the long ball, getting some quality pitching. Oh, and by the way, Ryan Howard, back-to-back games where he hit a couple home runs. He's been swinging the bat very well in this series. Gets a fastball out over the plate. He crushes this home run deep to left field. So it's nice to see the good pitching, long ball, scoring a lot of runs. And that's what they did this series. I was very impressed. These guys came out. They wanted to make a statement. Look at the extra base hits. 40 hits in the series, 21 extra base hits in the series. Just an unbelievable way of approaching the game in Wrigley to a place where it is hard to win at this ballpark.
Well, it'd be nice if the Phillies can duplicate that again this weekend with 21 extra base hits. They haven't really hit for extra bases on this road trip so far. All right, they are going to have to deal with some weapons for the Chicago Cubs. Now, Anthony Rizzo is not playing today, but Ben Zobrist could be the hottest hitter in the National League right now.
Well, the switch hitting second baseman is playing unbelievable defense. I just love his approach. When he was in the American League, I thought he was one of the better hitters in the league. It's a simple game. Wherever the ball is pitched, he makes good contact and he drives it. Better left-handed hitter, I think, but he has good power from the opposite field on the right-hand side. He's just one of those guys that hits the top of the order. He's a table setter. He sees a lot of pitches. When you make mistakes, he will hit the ball in the ballpark. And look at the numbers for the Cubs in the month of May. First in runs with 120. And again, these guys are not relying on one guy. They're relying on all 8 guys plus the pitcher to help put some numbers up in May. And that's the reason why they had a great month of May.
Well, 14 wins so far for the Chicago Cubs in the month of May. The Phillies are going to try to quiet them. They've been 4-6 over the last 10, so maybe they're stumbling a little bit as we get set for this 3-game series. It will be Adam Morgan making his 6th start of the year. He'll be opposed by John Lester, who's 4-3 with an ERA of 2.60. But he does pitch well against the Phillies. When we return, we'll talk about Lester's success against the Phillies. He was part of that series last year. He received a no decision. We will also get a chance to talk with Larry Bowa, who loves talking on the phone. And he also loves talking to Greg Murphy. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. By Toyota. Get a great deal on your favorite Toyota during the Toyota Time Sales Event. Toyota, let's go places. By Citizens Bank. The next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. And by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Learn more at IBX.com. Back here in Chicago, where the Phillies fans are going to spend a Memorial Day weekend at Wrigley Field, getting a chance to see 3 consecutive day games here in Chicago. Well, last year when the Phillies swept the Chicago Cubs, they faced some pretty good pitchers, John Lester being one, Jake Arrieta being the other, and Lester pitched very well. His numbers against the Phillies have been outstanding in his career. 6 games, and he's got a 4-0 record. Why is he so successful?
Well, I think in the past he was very successful because left-handers have a hard time, and we know that the Phillies have a lot of left-handers in the past. He just was a guy that been able to pitch to both sides of the plate. I think with his fastball inside, especially the lefties when he needs to get in there, he just sets up that great cutter. Everyone knows he has that great cutter. He has that front door little slider. Now all of a sudden you start looking fastball inside. What happens is you leak a little bit, you hit weak ground balls back up the middle, or you end up hitting some weak fly balls to left field. He's just a guy that really relies on pounding the strike zone. Now this year he's been a little different, his approach, and his numbers have changed a little bit, especially early in the season. What he did his first 8 games, he was 4-2 with a 1.88 ERA. He was getting on top of throwing more fastballs with the 4-seam type inside to the right-handed hitters, pounding the strike zone, and then all of a sudden he'd come back in a little farther with the cutter and get the jamming it. Now versus left-handers, he was throwing the front door cutter, which all of a sudden it was opening up. But his last start in San Francisco, he struggled having his command with his fastball. He was leaving the ball out over the plate.
Well, that was the biggest thing that he talked about, was the command of his pitches and not being able to pinpoint them with any kind of accuracy. This is a very good pitching staff, though. He's just one piece of it.
Well, it's very good, and the reason why is they don't try to do too much. They go out there, they pound the strike zone, throwing the first pitch fastballs, then relying on their secondary pitches to get the outs early in the count.
All right, so now the Phillies will face the best team in the National League, but they've had a lot of success this year, particularly against teams above the 500 mark, and their road record has been a very bright surprise for this ball club.
Well, I think it's interesting because I think they're young. I don't think they know better. They just go out and they enjoy the game, they have fun. They go out there and all they want to do is just go out there and kind of impress the fans they're playing with against on the road. I mean, 13-12 this year on the road. Last year they were 9-9. I enjoy the way they're going out, playing the game. They're having fun, and they really don't care if they're playing at home or on the road.
All right, well, Larry Bowa is a guy that's been around this game for a long time and always is able to voice some opinions. Greg Murphy sat down with him and asked him what his surprise is about this young ball club.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Yep, here with Larry Bowa. And Larry, we're approaching Memorial Day weekend. We're at Memorial Day weekend, Memorial Day on Monday, and this team sits 5 games above 500. When you talk about the success that this team has had, has anything really jumped out and surprised you?
For a young team, Murph, I think the word resiliency comes into play. I mean, they can lose a ball game on a Monday and come out here Tuesday and just wipe it away. I mean, it's unbelievable. I guess because they're very young and they still want to prove their point, so they go out every day. They bring a lot of energy to the ballpark. But I'd have to say they're very resilient for a young team. We're on a big road trip right now. We're facing some good teams, and it's going to be a good test. Obviously, offensively, we'd like to do much better, but we're sort of dealt with the hand right now, and we try to make the most of it.
As a coaching staff, as you approach a series like Detroit, like Chicago, the best team in baseball right now, what do you say to these guys? What's the message as they get set to come out here at Wrigley and try to play these guys?
Well, I don't think you have to really send a message to them. They see the standings. They know how good this ball club is. And it's sort of, if you look at that team on the other side, the Cubs, and look at this team the way it's being built right now, they can look back 2 years ago, and the Cubs had these young kids coming up, and everyone was talking about them, and then obviously it came to fruition. I think you can do the same thing with this organization. There's some kids down there that are knocking on the door that have a lot of ability. So I think the light at the end of the tunnel is something that is coming very quick here. We still have to be patient. We can't be calling up kids with 150 at-bats in AAA or AA. But it's a good sign, and all you have to do is look across the way. Like I said, the Cubs, a couple years ago, they were getting beat up, and they had some good times and bad times during the season. But now you look at them, and they're very consistent, and a lot of people pick them to go to the World Series.
Well, you look at this club, and there are some guys that you have challenged personally. You think about a guy like Freddie Galvis, at the end of last season, you talked to him and said, look, that defense needs to improve. I know you think it has. He's certainly playing terrific defense right now. What's next for maybe the left side of this infield?
Well, Freddie's done a tremendous job, Murph, and you've watched every game. I basically, at the end of the year, sat down with him. I said, this isn't acceptable the way you played short. I said, a lot of foolish mistakes, a lot of mistakes that it seems like you took your offense out there and thinking about your last at bat. And he agreed with me. He didn't say, no, I disagree with you. He agreed with me. He worked not only did he work in spring training exceptionally hard, he worked all winter on ground balls and his ability to catch them in the proper way. You know, he had a tendency to stab at balls and try to look good on TV. He's making all the plays. He's been, to me, as good as anybody in the National League as far as catching the ball. And that's where we want to get Franco right now. Franco still is at that point where you have to concentrate every pitch for 9 innings, 27 outs. If you don't do that, especially down there at third base, balls come down there exceptionally hard, you're going to make a lot of errors. And right now, to me, Mikey is very average as a third baseman. Does he have the capability to take the next step? No question. I've seen him make plays. I'm going, wow. I've also seen him make routine plays, and you can see it's lack of concentration. And until he takes that next step, he's going to be considered an average third baseman. I know he can make the next step. I think he knows it. It's a matter of concentration, Merv. I can sit here and talk about how to get in position to catch a ball, how to get the ball out of your glove. I can't teach concentration. That's got to come from within. And Freddie showed me over the winter that he can do it, and I know Mikey can do it. It's just a matter of going through the maturation process.
Taking that next step. Well, thank you for your time, Larry. We appreciate it. Good luck this weekend. Guys, back upstairs to you.
All right, Murph, thank you very much. Yep, some of the Phillies pitchers getting a chance to enjoy Wrigley Field during batting practice. When we return, we'll go back to the Comcast Sportsnet studios before first pitch from Wrigley Field. Phils and the Cubs take on each other for the first of this 3-game series. John Lester and the Cubs have headed out toward the field. He'll start his warm-up tosses. The lineup cards have already been exchanged at home plate. So let's take a look at the Phillies lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. The new Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Herrera, Galvis, and Franco, followed by Tommy Joseph, Carlos Ruiz, and Cesar Hernandez at second base. He's got a little bit of a slump going right now. Tyler Goodell's in left field batting 7th. Adam Morgan hits 8th. And Peter Borges will bat 9th. And they'll face the 32-year-old from Tacoma, Washington, who is 4-3 this year. The second year of a 6-year, $155 million contract for John Lester. For the most part, he's had a solid year, coming off a rough start his last time out against a very good Giants team, Matt.
Yeah, coming off a rough start. You can see the scouting report. The reason why is that 93 mile-an-hour fastball was flattened out of the zone. He is a 4-pitch pitcher. You can see he has a very good ERA and record versus the Phillies. He uses his cutter 23.6% of the time, his curveball 12.7% of the time. He loves his fastball at 59% of the time.
And he needs to locate that fastball in order to be successful. Let's take a look at the Nissan keys to this afternoon's game.
Well, first one, get Lester out over the plate. He loves to throw 4-seamers inside and cutters off the plate, so you need to get him on the plate. And defense, don't allow extra outs. These Chicago Cubs score a lot of runs, so limit the damage by making mistakes on defense.
And for the most part, the Phillies have been a very good defensive team this year. Aside from that guy really in center field who has 5 errors, which has already matched his total from a season ago, but he certainly makes up for it. So Odubel's ready to go after an off day in Chicago. The Phils get set to wrap up this quick road trip. 3-day games. It's like old school baseball. Odubel hitting .327, 7th in the league in hitting. The first pitch of the day, fastball in there, and it's 0-1. Odubel is trying to help Bob Davidson along on that one, raising his arms up. Last year against the Phillies, Lester went 7 innings, allowed 7 hits and 2 earned runs, but as it turned out, did not fare in the decision. He's pitched against them 6 times and has 4 decisions during those 6 times. One ball, 1 strike to Herrera. Swing and a miss. There is the cutter, and it's 1-2. The Lucky McDonald's Phillies home run jackpot contestant is Amy McShane of Philadelphia. Phillies hit a home run in today's ball game, then Amy will win $100. And if this series is anything like the last series the Phillies had here in Chicago, we're going to give out some cash. Odubel lines it the other way. That's going to be a foul ball. Boy, just foul. I watched him out of the box and he broke. Not a whole lot of room down that left field line, but it's sliced just onto the mound in foul territory.
This is the approach right here. You have to stay up the middle or hard to left field. You see it was just foul. If you start thinking about pulling Lester as a left-handed hitter, you're going to pull off that fastball and make 0 contact.
Same approach as a right-handed hitter?
Right-handers you can almost let the pull.
In the dirt, 2-2.
Because everything he throws versus the right-handers, he's going to be pounding that cutter inside on the right-hander's hands. So if you think about getting the barrel out, knock down the scoreboard in left field. Or the IV or third baseman or the shortstop.
Outside, 3-2. Odubel has 33 walks this year, which is 4th in the National League. On base percentage is at .440, which is second only to the guy playing second base for the Cubs, Ben Zobrist. 3 balls, 2 strikes to Herrera. And he fouls it at the plate.
Here we go again.
Yep. That may have got a piece of David Ross's hand.
Yep, right up the toe and his right hand.
Yeah, he was trying to do what you're taught to do as a kid, and that's tuck that hand, but he tucked it behind his ankle. Another one off the glove of David Ross this time. It remains 3-2. An 8-pitch at bat already for Herrera, and this is not an uncommon sighting. Picking a thumb. He wants Lester to shake. Fly ball left center field. That's pretty well hit. Fowler into the alleyway is joined by Soler, and Soler will make the catch. The wind is going that way, so it's sliced back to Jorge Soler. Conditions here this afternoon. Now this may change. There are some thunderstorms in the area. 76 degrees, 8 miles an hour off Lake Michigan. Local time is nearing 1:25 in the Central. Freddie Galvis will be the hitter. Galvis 4 for 13 in the series against the Tigers. And he hits one foul down the left field line and onto the roof. Ball actually rolled off the roof and back down into the stands a few seconds later. Outside, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike.
I watched Freddie Galvis hit right-handed, and he's made a big change in the stance, moving that front foot closer to home plate. Remember, before he had that big wide open stance, it seemed like he could never get closed. I just don't want Freddie to get in that habit of becoming a dead pull hitter from the right side. When he's closed up, he still strides in a little bit. He's looking to get out there early to hook everything. He's got to start thinking middle of the plate right-handed.
Got a play off to the right into the second deck. Now previously when he was really wide open, he was more susceptible to the outer half of the plate, wasn't he?
Right, but when he was open up and then he dove in, his momentum was still going towards the pitcher, which allowed him to drive the ball to right center.
Swing and a miss. He was outfoxed on that pitch. And there are 2 outs. First strikeout for Lester, who's averaging close to a strikeout per inning pitched. And 2 away.
Now watch how his upper body smothers the ball. He kind of loses where that ball is inside, so he's cutting himself off, and he's losing the strike zone. He wants to go out and pull so bad that he's just kind of blocking himself off and doesn't recognize that the ball's out of the strike zone. It's almost like if you have a string around him, you hold him back, you pull him back, you hold him there, and then make him stride. His upper body's not going anywhere.
Yeah, even if that was a strike, I don't know if he had a chance to even hit it the way he was off balance.
Well, he would hit the roof again.
1-1 to Maikel Franco. Franco hitting .268 homers and 26 runs batted in. Big rip and a foul. It's 0-2. Franco had a decent series against the Tigers. He was 5 for 11. There was some question as to whether he would play today when he left the game the other day with a mild, and we have to underline twofold, mild ankle sprain. Breaking ball, 1-2.
So can we call it like an ankle tweak?
I think it was a tweak.
Yeah.
Pete said he took him out of the game, and after he was sitting on the bench, he went in to get it looked at, and after the ball game, Pete's thinking, I don't even know if I needed to take him out of the game or not. It's 1 ball and 2 strikes. An 18-pitch first inning. There is the Chicago native, Pete Mackanin.
You can see Lester's feeling pretty good today. The fastball's hit 95 already.
Swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts as he gets Franco with a changeup. Nothing across for the Phils. Onto the bottom of the first. Phillies nothing. Cubs coming up. Memorial Day weekend. Great place to come and visit. Let's take a look at the Cubs lineup. It's brought to you by Xfinity. The Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Dexter Fowler leads it off at center, then Ben Zobrist. Chris Bryant makes his first start over at first base. He'll bat third. Jorge Soler fourth. Matt Caesar, the Villanova product, in right field batting fifth. Addison Russell will hit sixth. And the bottom third of Baez, Ross, and Lester. As the rain starts to fall here at Wrigley Field, Adam Morgan getting set to throw his first pitch of the day. Morgan 1-2 on the year, an ERA of 5.61. 15 strikeouts at 25 2/3. Folks are running for cover, Matt. It's starting to rain a little harder.
Including Murph.
Oh, yeah, Murph gone. First pitch of the day to Dexter Fowler. Up and away, 1 ball, no strikes.
Saw the scouting report right there. Adam Morgan, 4-pitch pitcher, averaging 91.1, which is nice to see his velocity's up, but we need to get that changeup down. That's the most important right there. The changeup's up in the zone. He needs to get that changeup down the zone. That's the reason why the league's hitting .421 versus his changeup.
Well, never has that been more important than this series. A high fly ball to right field. Borges has room. A few steps from the track, dancing around with the raindrops and the winds. And 1 away here in the first. Here is Ben Zobrist. One of the more important things the Cubs did in the offseason was to somehow get Dexter Fowler out of going to Baltimore, where it looked like he was heading. And it was also to sign Ben Zobrist. Now, at 35 years old, he turned 35 yesterday. It's a long contract, but it's paying off at least this first year, because he's hitting .346 with 6 home runs and 31 runs batted in. He's hit in 12 consecutive games. Fastball a bit high, but called a strike, and it's 1-1.
Thank you, Bob Davidson.
Inside, 2-1. Zobrist spent part of last year with the Kansas City Royals and helped them win a world championship. After an okay month of April, it's been a torrid month of May. Good high on that one, 3-1. Not that this seems to matter, as the folks put their umbrellas up, get their ponchos on. But the other thing that Zobrist brings is the ability to understand Joe Maddon. He played for him with Tampa. Not that Joe's difficult to understand as a player. 3-2 pitch to Zobrist. Get toward third. It's a fair ball off the glove of Michael Franco down the left field line. And Zobrist on his way to second base, and he'll have a 1-out double. His hitting streak is now 13.
Fastball up in the zone. It's a good swing, just like the double we showed in the open. When he gets to Pittsburgh down the line, Franco just couldn't get there. It's funny, I found that Ben Zobrist is more of a pull hitter as a right-hander, and as a left-hander, he uses every part of the field.
Well, he's at second base. The rain is really coming down now. And Chris Bryant is the batter. Bryant, as we mentioned, playing first base today. Joe Maddon told Chris Bryant at the end of last year, just be ready to play positions other than third base next year. And that's held true. He's played third base, of course. He's played the outfield. And now he's playing first base today for Anthony Rizzo, who has a design day off. Bob Davidson behind the plate. Lance Barrett at first. Sean Barber at second. And Dale Scott is around at third.
Good changeup.
Yep.
Good changeup.
1 ball, 1 strike. I think they're going to have to put the tarp on the field soon. Swing and a miss. 1 ball, 2 strikes. So he follows the changeup up with a breaking pitch, and it's 1-2. Upstairs, 2 balls, 2 strikes.
I love the reaction of fans when you see somebody move out of the way of a fastball up and in. That ball wasn't even close.
Down and away with a changeup, and it's 3-2. And this is a lineup today that does not feature Anthony Rizzo, but it's still a potent lineup nonetheless. Soler waits on deck. Last year's National League Rookie of the Year has the count 3 balls and 2 strikes with a runner at second. And he fouls it back toward the second deck. Nice catch by that fan right there. Shot towards short, picked on a couple hops by Freddie Galvis, throws in time to get Chris Bryant. 2 outs. Today's game is also available in Spanish. Just use the SAP button on your television or change the language through the menu on your cable box. Well, just as we said, they might have to put the tarp on the field. It has lightened up. This is going to be the day, though, and there are showers everywhere. Dale Scott, third base umpire, and the crew chief, he didn't even flinch. Nor did the grounds crew. The tarp remained covered down the first base line. Soler out in front of that pitch, and he got Carlos Ruiz in the backswing. And it's 0-1.
Tom, just like how we have the fans of scouting reports, as you can see right here, that backswing hitting Chooch in the back of the head. The umpires get their scouting report before the game.
That's true. Soler hitting .204 with 4 home runs, 10 RBIs. Takes inside. 7 for 22 on the road trip. In the dirt, 2 balls and 1 strike. Just like John Lester, Adam has had to use a lot of pitches in this first inning. Lester worked a 1-2-3 inning. Let's see if Morgan can work a scoreless inning here. Out front of an off-speed pitch, 2-2.
Great location with that changeup.
We saw that with the Chris Bryant at bat. Location of the changeup. This was even better.
And it's just such a tough area too. You think it's a fastball. It's down the zone. Well, 2-seam fastball. You think that's a movement. You swing, and next thing you know, you're not even close to making contact with it.
Over toward third. Past the diving Franco into left field. Rounding third and heading for him is Zobrist. He's going to score. An RBI single. The Cubs take a 1-0 lead. The RBI for Soler is 11th.
Check out the replay of the changeup. That when they were just up in the zone just a little bit more, being able to stay on that ball and hit the left field.
And Michael Franco tried to make a diving stab at that. It just could not come up with it. So a run in for the Cubs here at the bottom of the first, and Matt Caesar, former Villanova football and baseball star, who spent some time on the disabled list this year, but is off to a nice start, hitting .389. It's a young man that could have either played possibly professional football or baseball. In fact, when he signed with the Cubs, they had a restriction in his contract that if he didn't play football, he'd get an extra sum of money. Certainly has worked out for him, but he was an outstanding football player. Toss over to first, and Soler is back without a tag. One run is in for the Cubs here in the bottom of the first. Popped him up. Cesar Hernandez on the outfield grass, backpedaling. And he makes the catch to the side, is retired. But the Cubs do strike first. John Lester has a 1-0 lead to work with. No, 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left. On to the second. 1-0 Chicago. Monday, Memorial Day, to take on the Washington Nationals. All 3 games in that 3-game series are night games beginning at 7:05. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Nationals currently sit atop the NL East, a game ahead of the Mets, 2.5 games ahead of the Phillies, and 3.5 games ahead of the Miami Marlins. We start at the top of the second. Tommy Joseph leads it off. And he swings and fouls the first pitch. It's 0-1. Tommy was 4 for 11 in the series against the Tigers, overall hitting .296 in the big leagues with 2 home runs and 4 runs batted in. And that one is lined back through the middle, a base hit. So a leadoff single for Joseph. There are the current standings for the Atlanta Braves. In last place, 16 games out at 12-34. For the rest of the division, the top 4 teams, it is currently a battle. Carlos Ruiz is coming up. Ruiz is 0 for 11 lifetime against John Lester, but good numbers for his career against the Cubs. He's trying to break an 0 for 14 stretch. Fly ball toward right field. It's not deep. Caesar comes running in. He's under it. one away. Cesar Hernandez is due up next.
Chooch is getting back in that area where he's taking that big swing, and he's just before he's making that contact, I think he's tightening up. You can see his shoulders are really tight. Looks like he's trying to put a little extra oomph on that swing instead of realizing less is more. The easier your swing, ball will jump a little better.
I think you're going to have to walk by him and give him a signal at some point, Matt.
Okay.
There's Cesar Hernandez. He's also hitless on this trip. He's 0 for his last 8, 0 for 7 on the road trip. He takes inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Cesar hits it back toward the middle. It'll sneak into center field, a base hit. Joseph's around second, and he'll hold up there. And the Phillies have runners on first and second with 1 man down. Phillies fans, next time you want to grab Phillies seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love, whatever you want, you can find the best seat for your buck when you sort by best value. We take the price and location of seats and show you which tickets at StubHub give you the best deal. So get the StubHub app today. I would think that StubHub might have been busy for this weekend series. For many years, this was a hard ticket to get, particularly when Sammy Sosa was playing for the Cubs, and Matt Stairs, of course.
Yeah, I played here. They gave tickets away.
But StubHub, I'm sure, was clicked on a number of times for this 3-game series. Tyler Goodell is the hitter. Goodell takes inside, 1-0. Well, you're right about Lester. He's trying to get in on those right-handed hitters.
Well, we saw what happens with Franco. You start working in there so much, fastballs inside the cutter. This opens up the outside, either with a changeup or backdoor off-speed pitch.
Lester may have slipped as he offered that pitch. Fly ball left center field. Dexter Fowler is under it, and he makes the catch. That ball got in on the hands a little bit of Tyler Goodell. There are 2 outs, and Adam Morgan will be the hitter.
Yeah, you're correct, Tom. Just by a 1/4 of an inch, maybe.
Yeah, I probably should have said get in on the barrel a little bit, not all the way down to the knuckles, but he definitely jammed it. Morgan's 0 for 9 this year. Slaps it to shortstop, and they'll go to second base to finish off the Phillies here in the second. 6-4 on the putout. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 men left. We'll go to the bottom of the second. It's the Cubs 1 and the Phillies nothing. employees that travel all over the country. And if you travel all over the country, you might want to check into Independence Blue Cross. They're part of a national system of Blue Cross and Blue Shield plans that cover more than 100 million members across the country. Live fearless. Learn more at ibx.com/biz. 1-0 as we go to the bottom of the second. Folks are drying off their seats, whether it be here at the stadium or at the rooftops.
Or sitting beside the dugout where Murph is.
We should probably give him a heads up next time there's a storm coming. Addison Russell leads it off, and he whacks it foul down the left field line. It's 0-1. Russell is a much different hitter here at Wrigley Field than on the road for whatever reason. Anytime guys have been more comfortable at home compared to the road, they don't really have a full explanation of it. But he's a .339 hitter here at home, and he's nearly 100 points lower on the road. I should say more than 100 points lower on the road. There you go. Inside, 2-1.
If you took my numbers and reversed those, that's how my numbers were when I played here.
Home not so good.
Terrible at home.
Well, Matt, sometimes the lack of sleep does cause you to have blurred vision.
Yeah, but they always say hit the one in the middle.
Right.
No, but for me it was always the crosswind. I was a dead pull hitter, and I had a hard time cutting out strong wind coming in from right field. You hit the balls really well, and they just die in the warning track. Now, guys that have success here have that line drive swing like a Sammy Sosa to right field, that they get below that crosswind.
Crowder out to second base, to his right a step or two is Cesar Hernandez. And one away. Javier Baez will be the batter. I can see how the wind could affect a left-handed hitter when it comes across, because it's not a short poke down the right field line or even the right center field. I mean, the ball does carry well here for the most part.
And it's interesting to see how the ball would actually carry. You know, you have those rooftops now all the way around. You have the big scoreboard in right field, the big scoreboard in left center. Might block a little bit of that wind going across.
Baez takes upstairs, 1 ball, no strikes. There's the new scoreboard in right field. Part of the renovations here at Wrigley Field, and there are a lot of renovations going on. Kind of wonder how could they change something that's over 100 years old.
Doesn't look 100 years, does it?
No, it doesn't.
You know what? Another thing I had a hard time with was the batter's eye here. It's not a solid batter's eye. Is it a restaurant out there?
There's the black and the ivy, but you also have a lot of white shirts that are in the stands. Good off speed pitch, and it's 2-1. To the left side, backhanded by Galvis, throws off balance in time to get Baez. Freddie Galvis continues to play Gold Glove shortstop. That was not an easy play, and he threw on a dime to first base.
Now Freddie Galvis has been playing tremendous defense. We saw in Detroit going up the middle. Now he's showing the range to his right. He's showing that strong arm and being accurate and not even close of a play at first base. Look at that, nice concentration. The key is he picked up the target early. Good exchange. Not even close. Very nice play.
Look at Adam Morgan. Wow, as he points to Freddie Galvis. There is David Ross. And Ross swings at the first pitch. Well, Murph, Larry Bowa in his own right was an excellent defensive shortstop, so he kind of gets what Freddie Galvis is doing this year.
Yeah, you know, I had a conversation with him earlier today. We showed a little bit of it on the broadcast. And when you sit there and watch Freddie Galvis, I mean, we can sit there and watch him and be in awe of what he does. Larry Bowa understands what he's doing out there probably better than anybody, and he is in awe of what he's able to do this year. And it all stemmed from a conversation they had at the end of last year when Larry said to him, look, Freddie, you need to be better out there. You need to be less flashy and more solid. You need to be making the routine plays, which he wasn't doing a year ago. He is now doing that flawlessly and also making the spectacular plays. We've seen a couple of them on this road trip, but nobody is prouder to watch Freddie Galvis and his defensive development than Larry Bowa. It's been fun to watch for all of us, but certainly fun for him.
David Ross goes down on strikes. You're right, Murph. He's tied right now with Brandon Crawford of the San Francisco Giants with the best fielding percentage in the National League for shortstops. And this is one of those plays, you look at those numbers, you might not see. But this was an outstanding one into the hole with the shift on to get Baez for the second out. Time now for a Jeep Stuff the Fans trivia question. Log on to Phillies.com. Go to the fans section for all the information. And please submit your answer on the subject line. Matt, the question is, who was the first pitcher ever to finish a season with 20 straight quality starts? The first pitcher ever in the history of baseball to finish with 20 straight quality starts.
Ever, meaning like a long, long time, or
we're not even talking
recent.
We're not even talking modern era.
But we're talking recent, though, aren't we?
We are talking recent. Yeah.
Like real recent.
I would think real recent would be right way to go.
And we're not. Okay.
Here's Peter Borges to lead it off. Borges 203 on the year, a home run, 9 RBIs. Shows bunt, takes strike one, 0-1. 2 for 10 in the series that just concluded against the Tigers. One of the two was his first home run. Familiar with the friendly confines because of his years with the Cardinals. That one's pulled through the hole, a base hit into left field. It's the third hit already for the Phillies.
All right, so you show bunt the first pitch. What happens? The third baseman comes in. Now all of a sudden that hole between third and short opens up a little bit bigger. Now, would he have made that play? You never know because he had to come in. But what I like about it is you can see where the third baseman's playing in and playing close to the line. Big hole to his left.
And he knows it too. He knew it just by his reactions. But if he had been playing back at his normal spot, he may have been able to pick that one. Odubel Herrera is now the batter. Odubel flied out to left his first time up. He shows bunt, takes a strike, and it's 0-1. Lester is not a great fielder, so if you want to bunt on him, it's not an awful idea. And I think sometimes the corners cheat in more because they want to take the baseball from him. Right.
It's not the fact that he has a problem picking the ball up. can't believe I'm going to say this. It's actually the problem of throwing the ball to first base.
Right. Outside, 1-1. He had a play this year where he threw his whole glove over to first. It was the second time it's happened since he's put on a Cubs uniform. And the satirists here in Chicago said it was one of his best throws he's ever made. 1-1 to Odubel Herrera. Two.
So that last swing right there by Odubel is one where you think you're going to get a four-seam fastball and you attack it, and then the point of contact you realize that I'm not putting a very good swing on this cutter, and you try to make the adjustment by putting the ball in play. I don't mind it with 2 strikes. That's why you got to think so hard in that batter's box. You almost think about hitting off his cutter, because it'll just make you stay on the ball a little longer and think, like I said, up the middle, left center, right center.
Odubel asked for time, and it's granted. Bob Davidson was running for cover as he called time. You don't blame Odubel Herrera because Lester was holding it.
Again, I'd like to see you keep your hand on the bat, though. This yell time, usually umpires go behind the players, because if the pitch is delivered and you hit the player while you're protected.
He was running for the on deck circle. Odubel hits it foul again down the left field line. Balls and 2 strikes. So for the second straight at bat, Odubel Herrera works the count to 3-2. Phillies are making Lester work in a couple of these innings. They've had the leadoff batter aboard in the last 2. Swing and a miss. He got him. Threw him something soft for his 3rd strikeout. And 1 away for Freddie Galvis. Aaron Nola has a devastating curveball, but that's not his most important pitch. He tells us why on the next Phillies Clubhouse tonight at 10 right here on TCN. I wonder if he's going to say his fastball is his most important pitch, or if learning the changeup and throwing it more. We'll have to tune in. Galvis struck out his first time to the plate. Shows bunt, takes inside, 1 ball, no strikes. Baez is unsure of what he should do over 3rd. He came running in. Now he goes back even with the bag. Off the hands out toward left center field. Fowler's got good speed. He drops it. He had it and dropped it. That'll be his first error of the season, and it puts runners on 1st and 2nd. The ball gets away. Borges goes to 3rd, and Galvis goes to 2nd.
That look right there on Madden was like in shock. What just happened there?
That was gutsy by Borges to take off toward third.
All right, so we have a bad play in center field.
Right. Magnified.
Great heads-up base running by Borges, being able to, one, get to second base. You can see right here, it just pops out. Look what Borges is by second base. A lot of guys just go halfway. But what he does, he gets close to first base, knowing he can get back, and he sees the ball pop away, being aggressive, getting to third base, and Freddie Galvis following the play behind him by watching what's going on.
Well, they're going to score that E8 on the missed catch and E5 to allow the runners to advance. And Maikel Franco fouls one back to the screen, and it's 0-1. Well, you're right. Eyes were up and head was up. Eyes were open the entire time.
I was just impressed by how far he was to second base.
Yeah.
A lot of guys will take a couple shuffles and get halfway and realize why he's going to catch it.
Well, one pitch coming to Franco. Franco's trying to hit one onto the streets outside of Wrigley Field. He's gotten the runner home from third with less than 2 outs 50% of the time. They're giving him a run with the infield back. Let's see how good of a hitter he is with 2 strikes. Opposite way, that should be deep enough to score Borges. Caesar's got it, makes the catch. His throw is coming home. Galvis will go to third, and the Phillies have tied it up at 1. Well, again, Galvis was peaking the entire time. I don't think there was any chance for Caesar to throw out Borges. And Galvis was able to take off as soon as the throw left the hand of Caesar, and he saw the direction.
He does a nice job. Actually, Caesar gets behind this ball pretty good. And the air mails it to home, which gives the opportunity for Freddie Galvis to go to third base. But what I like about that play is if the ball's down in the zone or down lower and Bryant needs to cut it, then Freddie Galvis gets in the rundown and allows the run to score at home plate.
So the Phillies have tied it up at 1, and Tommy Joseph is the batter. Galvis goes running down the third base line. Lester with his back to him, working from the stretch. It's nice to see the Phillies are taking the action to the Cubs here. Joseph cracks it foul. He singled his first time up. This run, by the way, is an unearned run because of the error charged to Dexter Fowler in center field. Outside. Here's Joseph his last time up.
This is just a nice swing. That's how you hit down on the baseball. Look at the head going down, getting that nice backspin and hitting a missile up the middle of the field. Nice and easy swing.
Fouls it back. Guy caught another one. He's caught 2 so far in the first couple of innings. He should be proud, and he should buy that seat again. Here comes the 1-2 pitch to Joseph. And a strike right down the chute. He threw a fastball. Tommy might have been looking for something else. The Phillies do get an unearned run in the inning. They leave one over third. We'll go to the bottom of the third. It's the Phillies 1, Cubs 1, and that guy's got 2 foul balls. Baseball is brought to you by your Delaware Valley Honda dealers. Hurry to your local Del Val Honda dealer or visit DelValHondaDealers.com. By Jefferson. Call 800-JEF now or visit jefferson.edu. And by your local Ford stores. 1-1 ball game, bottom of the third. And an angry John Lester will lead things off. I think this is uncalled for, Matt. And I credit Freddie Galvis for not saying anything back to Lester.
I don't think Freddie knew what he was saying. He was telling him to just stay there. Referring to as taking the big lead down third base, excuse me. If you're going to be angry with somebody, be angry with your center fielder and your third baseman for making back-to-back errors.
Absolutely. Well, I'd love to see them steal home on him. Let's see if he can throw it home. I know he'd be pitching, but if he has to step off and throw it, just get into his crawl a little bit more. See stuff like that a lot of times. That's just part of the game.
It is.
Swing and a miss. He's a terrible hitter, and he's the second strikeout victim for Adam Morgan. Dexter Fowler's coming up. I think you're right, though, Matt. Be mad at your center fielder. Be mad at your third baseman.
I mean, look, Freddie Galvis is taking as much lead at third base as the third baseman is giving him.
Right.
Now, all of a sudden,
supposed to do.
If a ball goes in the dirt and gets away from Ross.
Off the glove of Franco, picked up by Galvis. Fowler is out at first base.
Perfectly designed.
Yeah.
If the ball goes away from Ross at home plate, you can score on a ball 4 or 5 feet away. You can be aggressive.
And with Lester's cutter, you never know. He might spike one. Zobrist doubled and scored the Cubs run his first time up. First pitch to him in this at bat. Right down the chute, 0-1.
Nice curveball.
See Adam try to keep this rhythm going right now. He's getting it and going. 0-2 pitch to Zobrist. Little dribbler out in front of the plate. Ruiz has got it, throws off balance, off the glove of Tommy Joseph into foul territory. So Zobrist will get to second base. There will be an error in there. They're going to score a base hit and an E2. Third error of the year for Carlos.
Carlos pops up quick. I'm thinking if he throws a strike here, he's out. Would have been very close. Adam came over and gave Chooch a high five, liking the effort. But boy, when you're going well hitting a baseball, you can hit a line drive to left field and then get that swinging bunt like that. You know you're living life well. And you're sleeping well at night.
Not that they gave an extra out there. You're right, it would have been a close play, but the error does put a runner in scoring position. So this is part of what you talked about with your keys with this team. Don't leave the door open, even a crack for them.
The more I think about it, I'm not really sure if Chooch. It would have been a bang play at first base if he would have come out and threw a strike. You know, but it's funny. You expect every ground ball now that Freddie Galvis gets it short to make. Every time Chooch makes this play, you think he's going to throw a strike. Yeah, he would have been out. We've seen Chooch make that play over and over and over. That one was a little farther out in front of home plate.
center field. Odubel, Herrera, and Peter Borges are out there. And Odubel makes the call, makes the catch, and the side is retired. No runs, 1 hit. There was 1 Phillies error and 1 man left. We'll go to the 4th. It's a 1-1 game. Of color LaserJet printers deliver unmatched quality, and their Jet Intelligent toner cartridges print up to 1/3 more pages. Get yours from who? But WB Mason today and experience the difference. Nobody beats WB on HP. Well, we have a camera out in the hallway.
Really?
Keeps an eye on what everybody's doing.
So I go out there and I grab chicken fingers for you, and now I get busted because they're now for me. Couple Diet Pepsis.
I just asked for a soda, that's all. And remember, I am not in control of what we put on the air, video-wise. I love that camera being out in the hallway like that, though.
Yeah, me too.
Here's Carlos Ruiz to lead it off. Look how many people are just lurking. Listen, the soda today does not have as much fizz as it should. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. At home, we have to worry about the camera in the booth. That's always on us. Now here in Chicago, we have to worry about the camera in the booth and the camera outside the booth. Carlos flied out to short right his first time up. Chopper over to third. And 1 out. Cesar Hernandez is due up next. The reason the camera is in the hallway, it's the camera we use for our open and when Jim Salisbury does his hit for CSNPhilly.com. But it's an old stadium. There's not a lot of room back and side to side, so we've got to store the camera somewhere. Next door, they have a little more room. Breaking ball to Cesar Hernandez. It's 0-1.
But that camera, though, that's in the hallway, serves no purpose for a game. So why is it on in the hallway?
They can't turn it off because.
No, we can turn it off.
That ball's butted in the air, foul over the off the screen.
We can also point it towards the ceiling or the floor.
Yeah, but that wouldn't be as entertaining. Swing and a miss. Got him with a breaking ball. 5 strikeouts for Lester. And 2 outs here in the 4th inning. And Tyler Goodell is coming up.
It's a good breaking ball right here. Tight curve ball. Cesar not picking up the rotation early enough.
Goodell fly to center field his only time up. No balls and 1 strike to Tyler. So if you're Tyler Goodell, are you going to open up a little bit, thinking that cutter's coming in?
Well, a lot of times, though, the cutter that's thrown inside is not a strike. That's why one of the keys I wanted to get Lester out over the plate. He's trying to get in there to think, okay, I can hit this ball. See, a lot of those pitches are not strikes.
Right.
That one there, the first one wasn't, the second one wasn't. It's a pitch where you think you're going to be able to hit, because a true cutter is hard to pick up a rotation of a ball, because it's a lane changer. You go 3 different lanes, the outside, the middle part, the inside. Those are the 3 lanes. That's why we call it a lane changer. It starts the inside lane, crosses it for a ball inside.
Foul ball at the plate, and Goodell stays alive. Remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Sometimes when you're able to throw that cutter, it's the difference of being a minor league pitcher or a pitcher that's not a professional overall and being a major leaguer. It's changed many a career.
You're right, it has.
Particularly for a left-hander. Back toward the middle and off the glove of Zobrist in the center field. Goodell makes a hard turn around first. So they've scored at a base hit, and the Phillies have a runner at first, 2 men down. Adam Morgan will be the batter. Let's see if Morgan can get his first hit of the year.
Just out of the reach, and watch Lester's reaction. We couldn't see it there, but he was frustrated. I don't know if he was frustrated over the play at second base or more of missing a spot with the pitch.
Yeah, he does not have great body language. It's 0-2. Ball kept on moving down on Adam Morgan. Swing and a miss. And Morgan strikes out. 6 strikeouts for Lester. For the Phillies in the top of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit. And 1 man left. We played 3.5. It's the Phillies 1 and the Cubs 1. This RAV4th inning is brought to you by Toyota. Visit buyattoyota.com to find your RAV4 today. Toyota, let's go places. Let's go Phillies. Last of the 4th inning. Jorge Soler will lead it off for the Cubs. Phillies 1 run on 4 hits. They've committed 1 error. Cubs 1 run on 3 hits, 2 errors. And Soler, who has an RBI single in this ball game, starts it off against Adam Morgan. Soler playing left field today. Cubs normal right fielder is Jason Hayward, and he is out for at least the next couple of days with a contusion to his right side. He basically ran into the wall. Cubs thought they were going to put him on the disabled list, but decided not to. 1 ball and 1 strike. Joe Maddon has not ruled out him playing at some point this weekend.
He actually made it an unbelievable diving catch.
He did.
Almost like, remember when Rondell White got hurt one year when he did something to his spleen in Colorado?
Right, yeah.
Not saying it was Hayward's spleen, but he was almost the type of play where laid out for a nice catch in the gap.
One of the photos of Hayward up against the fence, I mean, his head was back. 1 ball, 1 strike to Soler. He's fixed his chain, so he's ready to go.
Good pitch. Good location right there.
Big video board. A mammoth solo home run by Jorge Soler, and it's 2-1 Cubs. That is some big time power right there.
Yeah, it is. The previous pitch was a fastball inside. Freezed him thinking that he thought the ball was inside. They came back with a breaking ball, curveball, and it did not break. Watch the location. Chooch wants it down. It stays up and middle. Right off the Jack Daniels sign.
Matt Caesar's the hitter, and Caesar out front of the first pitch. It's 0-1. Caesar popped out to Cesar Hernandez his first time up. Well, they always say he's got big time power. Last year he had 10 home runs. At 262. Got a play over the Phillies dugout. 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes to Caesar. That one's pulled out toward left field. Tyler Goodell will come in to make the catch. And one away. Addison Russell's coming up.
To the curveball grip. That's the home run that Soler hit. We just call it spinning curveball. Doesn't have that tight break to it. Good weight shift right there. Finishing high.
Russell takes strike 1, 0-1. Well, let's see if Adam Morgan can settle back in after giving up the home run to Soler. Opposite way and out of play. 2 balls, 2 strikes. be followed by Javier Baez. It really is a great place to come watch a ball game.
You know, watching the game or being on the bench watching the game, you don't really realize how nice this field is. You know, especially when the ivy is really green in the outfield. The grass, the way it's cut here.
Yeah, the dugouts, if you sit in the dugouts, it's tough to even see.
It's a sauna.
Plus it's hot.
It's a sauna, yeah. It's brutal.
3-2 pitch, broken bat, fly ball down the left field line. Goodell won't get there in time. Actually, he didn't break his bat. He just threw his bat at the ball. I thought that was the top of the bat that was flying up the third base line. There'll be a slight delay because Tyler Goodell tried to toss the baseball to a fan, and the fan dropped it. This is how you're supposed to handle a foul ball, Matt.
Well, it is. It's a non-flinch game. These guys play a game in the bullpen. Line drives, ground balls. Whoever flinches loses.
There's ball 4. What if the ball is hit like right at them?
That's why they make ice.
So if they flinch and they try to catch it, then they lose.
They lose.
It's a painful game. Retro night will be Friday, June 3rd. Phillies take on the Milwaukee Brewers. 70s retro print free to all fans. Compliments of Mitchell and Ness. Turn the clock back to America's bicentennial celebration. Vintage music, ballpark characters, always popular retro-themed player headshots on Fanavision. Tickets can be purchased now by going to Phillies.com. Takes a fastball and it's 0-1. Baez was retired on a fantastic play by Freddie Galvis his last time up. Now this time Galvis isn't shaded over toward the hole as much with the runner at first base. Last time they had Cesar Hernandez over to the left side. In the dirt, smothered by Ruiz. 1 ball, 1 strike.
Even though Freddie Galvis is still playing double play depth, he is a little deeper and a little more to the pull side just a hair. Usually you're a little closer to second base. They're hoping or they're betting that he's going to hit a ground ball right where he is now.
Mile-an-hour fastball. He was trying to crank that one to left field, and it was tailing up and away.
Yeah, this is just what you call over swinging. I mean, this is basically that swings for the fans. The other thing he was going to hit was Chooch throwing the ball back.
Other than that, he was going to hurt his back.
Well, you get in that situation, and I've done it before. You get in a hitter's count. 2-1, and instead of recognizing where the pitch is going to be, you see the heater coming, you are just bailing and wailing as hard as you can. Looks great. Looks like you just missed it.
Line drive into left field, a base hit. So Baez bounces back to get a single to left, and that puts runners on first and second with one man down. And David Ross will be the hitter. A couple of pitches left out over the plate by Adam, and up in the zone. David Ross has grounded into one double play this year.
You have to be careful with this first pitch. David Ross has been around for quite a while, knows he's a very aggressive hitter with runners in scoring position. Just cannot lay it in there.
In the dirt, 1 ball, no strikes. This is his 15th year, parts of 15 years in the big leagues. Most of his career has been played as a backup catcher, but he has lasted 15 years basically as a backup catcher. Last year he caught 72 games for the Cubs. His time picked up. There's a high fly ball to deep left field. Goodell going back, and that one is out of Wrigley Field. A 3-run home run for Ross. His 4th of the year. He had 9 RBIs all of last season. Those 3 RBIs give him 17 this year. Cubs. That is his 100th career home run. He has 501 hits and 100 home runs.
The ball is just up in the zone.
Takes a curtain call. A 4-run inning, 2 home runs hit by the Cubs. And Lester's up. Takes low, 1-0. "39 years old. This is going to be Lester's final year, so it's a heck of a swan song. It's not David Ortiz like. Who knows? Maybe they'll be able to talk him into coming back as a 40-year-old. 2-1. Two balls, 2 strikes. Now his pitcher was getting frustrated today. Well, that will cause the frustration to calm down a bit. Lester fouls it at the plate to stay alive. Over to shortstop. Galvis is up with it. Could have walked it over to first, and there are 2 outs. Dexter Fowler will wait for Lester to trot back to the dugout.
Well, this is an inning so far where the command of the strike zone for Morgan has been very good, and when he has been in the strike zone, he's made mistakes. Solaire's home run on a high off-speed pitch. Russell walking. Baez getting a knock on that elevated fastball. And then Ross is crushing a home run on an elevated pitch as well.
Yeah, and you're right about Ross crushing a home run. I mean, that was a long home run. Maybe not as long as Solaire's, but it was a poke. 1 ball and 1 strike to Fowler. Misses with back-to-back fastballs, and now it's a hitter's count for Fowler, who has reached base safely in 19 of the last 23 games. I think he thought he was going to get a fastball right there. This is 80 pitches now for Adam Morgan. Opposite way, that'll be in for a base hit. Borges can't cut it off, and Fowler can run. It dies in the ivy. Fowler's on his way to third. Hernandez's throw not in time. Third triple of the year for Fowler. He had to throw a strike, but that was a strike that was up.
Correct, Tom. Fastball up in the zone again. Fowler does a nice job of going with the pitch, hitting the ball to right field. Once it got past Peter Borges in right field, no chance of throwing him out at third base.
So Bob McClure out to the mound to talk to Adam Morgan. Bob does usually wait. A lot of times he'll let the pitcher try to figure it out on his own. Brett Oberholzer is warming up, just starting to warm up. Phillies long man. Seven hits, 5 runs, all earned. Zobers is 2 for 2. Inside, 1-0. Up and it's 2-1. Tell that was a good pitch because Zobrist was out on his front foot so early.
But you can tell what type of hitter he is. He recognized that he was way out so early on the changeup, still never swung. Where some guys might get fooled that bad and still take a swing.
Right.
He held his swing back.
Maybe top it somewhere.
It's funny, if you watch Zobrist's hands, he's got his hands going like a Cardi Lansford. How he used to move his hands around.
Right,
that's
right.
how he does the little timing right here with his hands going. He doesn't want to get his upper body too tight. He figures if he moves his hands, his shoulders are staying loose. The grip from the bat's nice and loose.
Swing and a miss, he got it. And that'll wrap up this 4th inning finally for Adam Morgan. But he allows 2 home runs in the inning. The first one was a long one. Jorge Soler hits one off the video board in left center field. That gave the Cubs a 2-1 lead, and then a few batters later, this was a monster shot by David Ross, the 100th of his career. It's 5-1 Cubs. Phillies trailing 5-1 as we go to the top of the 5th inning here at Wrigley Field. Ballpark is packed. The rooftops are pretty crowded as well. As Peter Borges takes inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Borges singled and scored the lone run for the Phillies. That was in the 3rd. And a line drive out towards center field. That'll drop for the 2nd hit of the day for Peter Borges, who is now 5 for 12, Murph, against John Lester in his career.
It's certainly good. Good to see him hitting as well. And, you know, we'll get you caught up on some of the things that are happening around the organization, guys, as the Phils play here in Chicago. Some things happening down in the minor leagues. First and foremost, Cody Asche, Mario Hollins, 1 step closer to being back with the Phillies, back in the big leagues as they move up to AAA and continue both of their rehab assignments. So they are making progress, single A, double A, AAA, and it won't be too long will they be available to come back here and help out the big league club. Also some news, injury news down at the AAA level. Mark Capel, who of course came over and joined the organization this offseason, is on the DL now with a shoulder strain. In his last start, he was having trouble with his velocity. They did some tests and noticed that he had a strain in that pitching shoulder, so he has gone to the DL. Because of that, Ben Lively, who has pitched so well down at AA, is being promoted to AAA. He is 7-0 with an ERA of 1.87 down there at AA, so he has been promoted to fill the spot that Mark Capella is leaving because of the disabled list, guys.
In fact, Lehigh Valley will get their first look at Lively tonight as he takes his 7-0 AA record up to the big leagues. Well, we certainly have a few pitchers that are turning some heads in the early part of this season. 1 ball and 1 strike to Odubel Herrera. And you know, that's great. We've been following Cody Asche's progress for the last several weeks, but it's also great to see Mario Hollins and what he's been able to do. You know, Murph had the stats up: 12 strikeouts and 8 1/3. That means, well, obviously he's getting a lot of swing and miss stuff, which is what he was doing before he went down with the injury.
Be interested to see what his velocity is down there on his rehab assignment.
Swing and a miss. So Odubel is now down in the count, 1-2.
You would think Cody Asche, about 34 bats so far, 34, 35, probably 15, 20 more away from starting to feel pretty good hitting wise. Remember, you're going on an assignment. This is his spring training basically, where guys are in mid-season form, so it takes a little longer to find your timing.
Swing and a miss, and Odubel strikes out. That is the 7th strikeout for John Lester. Follow the Phillies all season long with MLB.com at bat. Stay up to the moment at any moment with live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. The Phillies have not attempted a stolen base yet against John Lester. The opposition is 5 for 8 against him this year. Does not like to throw over to first base. It's just strange, the issues he has throwing. Throwing to first base to keep a runner close. Throwing to first base and balls back to the mound. It's one of those, if he could, he'd run the whole way to the first base bag. Inside, 2-0.
Even though you're only down by 4 going in the top of the 5th, I'd still like to see you guys putting pressure on Lester instead of sitting back and waiting and hoping we get that big knock.
Out toward right center field. Fowler, he's under it.
You know, go ahead, don't sit back and wait for that knock. Go ahead and still steal some bases. Still put some pressure on their defense. You know, you're not a team that you sit around and you wait for a couple singles, a walk, and then a big home run. You cannot change your game plan. You still be aggressive on the base paths. If you can steal a base, you steal it.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that. Particularly if it's that much of a problem for Lester to keep the runners close. Maikel Franco is the batter. He is 0 for 1 with a sac fly. Off-speed pitch, and it's 0-1.
Seen that swing today from Franco, that big, hard, violent swing, and it looks so good on TV. You're thinking that he's just missing it, where actually he's missing it by quite a bit because he's swinging underneath the baseball. If he makes solid contact, it's going up the elevator shaft. Get back to trusting your hands and taking a nice, easy downswing.
Seemed like he was starting to do that again the last game of the homestand, and even part of the series in Detroit. Even 2 balls 2 strikes. 3-run home run and a solo home run at the bottom of the 4th inning has given the Cubs a 5-1 lead. A Cubs team that averages just under 6 runs per game, which is tops in the National League. You wouldn't think there's any pitching in the National League Central, with the top 3 teams being from the Central and runs scored per game. 3 balls 2 strikes. Borges will be off and running on this pitch. Standings in each of the divisions. The flags are set up the way the standings look. Cubs in first, Pirates in second, Cardinals in third.
Changeup.
Borges goes, and the pitch is low. Ball 4, and then I'll put runners on first and second for Tommy Joseph. Tomorrow at 9, the first place Philadelphia Union are out west to battle former teammate Zach McMahon and the Colorado Rapids. Union versus Rapids tomorrow at 9 right here on TCN. Ball to Tommy Joseph, 74 miles an hour on the outside corner. Tommy struck out looking his last time up. He was thinking he was going to get a cutter, and he got a fastball to wrap up the last at bat. He singled his first time up.
Boys, it'd be a great time to get the 4th 3-run home run of the year.
Sure would.
By a team.
Tommy has certainly looked comfortable since coming up for the minor leagues. Ground ball left side, gobbled up by Baez, and he fires to second base to get Franco. And the inning is over. No runs, 1 hit, 2 men left for the Phillies. On to the bottom of the 5th. Cubs 5, Phillies 1. Citizens Bank. The next time you have a question about money, don't keep it to yourself. Ask a citizen. Lehigh Valley defeated Pawtucket 11-4. Darren Ruff 3 for 4 with a couple home runs and 5 ribbies. Reading upended Erie 7-4. Yasmiel Valentin 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs in that one. Clearwater and Lakewood both had 1-0 ball games. Clearwater won. Lakewood lost to Delmarva. Home half of the 5th inning. Outside Wrigley, there's all a bunch of things going on. Here's Chris Bryant to lead it off. He's 0 for 2. And he takes a strike. It's 0-1. All right, big inning for Adam Morgan to try to get through it. Keep this at a 5-1 deficit. Andrew Bailey has started to warm up in the bullpen. Oberholzer sits down. Inside, 1 ball, 1 strike. Bryant fouls that one. It's 1-2. One of the things that Joe Maddon talked to Chris Bryant about, he said, listen, I'm going to move you around to other positions. He said, when I put you out in the outfield, I do not want you to start throwing like an outfielder. He said, because I don't want to put you back at third base and having your throwing mechanics be all screwed up. He said, if I put you out in the outfield, I want you to throw as if you're throwing like an infield.
Interesting.
Ryan said the worst part about playing left field is when you're on the road and you're in the first base dugout. He said it's a long run in.
How old is he?
He's just a young kid.
He's 24 years old. Try doing it when you're 40.
He said the toughest part is that when you're out in the field and you have to run in and you're the first batter of the inning. He said it takes a few pitches to catch your breath.
That stinks. That wasn't very fun.
One-two pitch. Fly ball deep left field. Tyler Goodell going back, and that one is gone. Onto the street outside Wrigley. 3rd home run for the Cubs here this afternoon. 6-1 Chicago. That was a towering shot. The 11th home run of the year for Bryant.
Bryant kind of has that uppercut swing, and that happened to be right in his area where he has that uppercut.
Carlos Ruiz out to talk with Adam Morgan. This may be a stall tactic to get Andrew Bailey ready. Andrew's been throwing the last few moments. Rick Kranich just pulled the phone out. Jorge Soler, he started this rally, and now Pete Mackanin is coming out. So that's going to wind up being it for Adam Morgan. He attempted to get him through this 5th inning. And there's the signal to the bullpen. We've got a pitching change here at Wrigley Field. The Cubs have hit 3 home runs in the last 2 innings. So that's it for Adam Morgan. Andrew Bailey's coming in. We've got a pitching change. We'll take a break. He'll be back to Wrigley Field right after this. Out, a run in on the home run by Chris Bryant. It's 6-1 Cubs. Well, during the pitching change, Scott Fransky had a chance to go get a cookie out of the lunchroom, maybe get some coffee. Might be a long one. You got to get nourished up. Adam Morgan's day is done. Andrew Bailey 2-0 with a 3.27 ERA. This will be his 13th game. For Morgan, 4 innings, 8 hits, 6 runs, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts. Soler takes a strike. It's 0-1. You can't take a beat against these Cubs. They can hit. 55 home runs now. They're 5th in the league in homers. 6th in the league in batting average. And they came into today's ball game 2nd in runs, but with 5.69 runs per game, which is tops. Outside 1-2 to Soler.
There's just really no area in the lineup where you can take a breather. I mean, unless Lester's pitching and he's hitting 9th. Even when Jake Arrieta's playing and he's pitching, he's a tremendous hitter.
He is. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Soler. Well, they've pieced this together with a lot of their players from their own farm system. Some good international signings as well. Joe Madden came over before the start of last year. And on the inside corner, strike 3 call. Soler is down looking, 1 out. Here goes Matt Caesar. Caesar is 0 for 2. He's popped out. He's fly out to left. Pitch. He tried to check his swing, but he went around. Murph, we started telling a little bit of the story about Matt Caesar, but there's so much more to him than just his football and baseball skills.
Yeah, you know what, Tom? Obviously he's from a Lower Township, New Jersey, and well known in our area, of course. And what an athlete he was at Villanova. As you said, he was a 2-sport star, and you can say that in every sense of the word, because he was the best player on their football team that in 2009 went to the national championship and won that game under head coach Andy Talley. In that game, how about 270 all-purpose yards for Matt Caesar? He played running back, wide receiver. He played some quarterback. He was their punt and kick returner as well. He did it all for them, scored 2 touchdowns in that national championship game. I was the field reporter. I was the sideline reporter that season for Villanova, and got a chance to watch almost all of his games that year. And while, you know, you thought this kid's going to the NFL, no doubt about it, no one much talked about his baseball prowess at the time. As you said, gets drafted by the Cubs in 2010, decides to go with baseball, and here he is in the big leagues. It really is an amazing story. And his numbers, you look at his numbers right now, he's playing terrific baseball as well. So not a big surprise, because he is just an absolutely terrific athlete.
Well, there's also the other part of the story when back in January of 2011, he donated his bone marrow for a then 15-month-old who needed the transfusion. As that ball was popped out toward right field. Borges makes the catch, and there are 2 outs, and it essentially saved her life. It's a program that Villanova to this day still does.
Yeah, that was a big part, Tom, of what Andy Talley did for his charity work as the head coach of Villanova, and got most of the team involved. And it is a remarkable story. You know, just the percentages of people who are a perfect match for somebody else in that scenario are very, very low. He got a phone call saying that he was a perfect match, and you know, he had to take some time off from sports to be able to do that. But I talked to him about that. He said he never wavered. He said as soon as he heard that he could help somebody else, he was part of that program instantly. So it is a remarkable young man.
Well, after he flies out to right field, it'll bring Addison Russell to the plate, who has walked and scored. He's also grounded out to second. 1 ball, no strikes to Russell. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike.
Here comes Murph. Ball came off the roof. I thought maybe he had a chance.
Nice catch by a Phillies fan. High fastball, 1-2. Russell's one of the guys the Cubs acquired in a trade that eventually came through their system. That ball didn't miss by too much there. It's even now 2-2. Swing and a miss. He got it with a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, and the side is retired. But the Cubs tack on another run. They do so with another home run. This one off the bat of Chris Bryant, up to the 6th in 6-1 Chicago. Independence Blue Cross Philly of the Week is showing how value can be found in the Rule 5 drafts. Tyler Goodell struggled to start the season, but during the last 2 weeks has found his swing. And because of its finding his name in Pete Buchanan's lineup on a more frequent basis. In addition to his offense, he has handled his outfield duties well, including his perfect throw from left field when he connected with Cameron Rupp on this game-ending play, capturing another Phillies win. This California kid is starting to shine, and it's brought to you by Independence Blue Cross. Live fearless. Tyler Goodell does have a base hit today. Phillies have their share of hits. They have 5. They only have 1 run to show for it. Carlos Ruiz will lead it off against John Lester as we start the top of the 6th inning. Lester starts him off with a breaking ball. 79 pitches for Lester. Carlos 0 for 2. He's 0 for his last 16. Today it's John Lester against the Phils. Tomorrow it's Kyle Hendricks. Jared Eichhoff will make the start for the Phillies. Fly ball right center field. It's not deep. Caesar's under it. Cesar Hernandez is next up. Hernandez singled his first time and struck out. were involved in that long road trip the last time out. We talked about the 16 of 19 that the Phils were involved in. Well, you can say the same about these next 19 games the Phils will be involved in, including the 3 against the Tigers. The next 16 games they play, 12 of those 16 are against the Cubs or the Washington Nationals, and then the 4-game series mixed in with the Milwaukee Brewers. That's not an easy stretch.
No, it's not.
To the Phillies' credit, and this is part of their scrappiness, I think, this year, and the fact that their bullpen has been good. They're 15-11 against teams with 500 records or better. So they have competed. 3 balls and 1 strike to Cesar. Goodell waits on deck. Davison just rung up Cesar Hernandez, but it was only the 2nd strike. Fly ball foul. Now, one of the good things is the Phillies will get home games coming up. They're in the middle of 19 of 25 at Citizens Bank Park, so that may offset some of these challenges that the schedule presents. 3-2 pitch coming to Cesar Hernandez. And the ground ball out to shortstop. Russell throws it out, 2 away. And when the Phillies come home, in the middle of that homestand will be the Phillies Festival on Thursday, June 9th. Autographs from the 2016 players and coaches. The Fanatic photo booth. The Phillies have raised $16 million during their 32-year relationship with the ALS Association, the Greater Philadelphia chapter. Tickets are on sale right now for the Phillies Festival. Call 215-463-1000 for more information. 2 outs. Goodell is up. Cubs do have bullpen action behind John Lester. He's only at 88 pitches. Justin Grimm, the right-hander.
He's only at 89 pitches. Interesting. His last outing was terrible. He only threw 2 2/3 innings. So no, he's not tired.
I was going to say, I thought Joe Madden would just let him run here. Just a bit low with that pitch, and it's 1-2. Lets that one go by. He's batted all the way back to run the count full 3-2. Lester began his career with the Red Sox. He pitched nearly 9 seasons with Boston before being traded to Oakland. He spent part of a year with Oakland before signing with the Cubs. And he delivers ball 4. And Goodell works out a walk, and Emmanuel Burris will come up to pinch hit. With 2 outs and a runner at first.
Ladies and gentlemen, pitching for the Phillies, third pitching, Emmanuel Burris.
Burris 2 for 16 as a pinch hitter this year. Overall hitting .129. Little dribbler to the right of the mound. Picked up by Lester, who flips underhand in time. And the side is retired. No runs, no hits. One man left for the Phillies. We played 5.5. It's the Cubs 6, the Phillies 1. Baseball is brought to you by WB Mason. You can't go wrong when you buy right. By Toyota. Get a great deal on your favorite Toyota during the Toyota Time Sales event. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Phillies fans who have made their way out from the Delaware Valley for this series. There's a big tour group that's out here. They have not seen a whole lot of offense today from their ball club, but they've seen a lot of offense from the Cubs. Brett Overholtzer will take over for Andrew Bailey, who pitched a scoreless inning in relief of Adam Morgan. He struck out 2. So Overholtzer will pick up here in the bottom of the 6th. And they'll face Javier Baez, who's 1 for 2. Baez had an important at-bat in the 4th inning, because Adam Morgan had made him look off balance on one pitch, and then left a pitch out over the plate that he singled to left field with, and that brought up David Ross, who hit the home run. Now he lines one into center field for a base hit to begin the 6th inning. David Ross is coming up. Hit a 3-run home run his last time up. Just turned 39 years old this past March. Toss over to first. This is what he did in the 4th inning. He teed off.
He got an off-speed pitch, changeup up in the zone. Absolutely destroys this ball to left field for his 100th of his career and make the game 5-1 that time.
How about that split though? 100 home runs, 501 hits. It's all or nothing, Matt. Began his career with the Dodgers back in 2002 as a 25-year-old. He's been with Pittsburgh, San Diego, the Reds, Boston, Atlanta, Boston again, and now the Cubs. It's a foul ball, and it's 0-2. Spent the last 2 years with the Cubs. Their other catcher is Miguel Montero, who is definitely a better offensive catcher than David Ross. Tied him up, and he's down on strikes. Time to get updated on what's going on around baseball. Here's Greg Murphy.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. Yes, it's our greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile, and the curtain is going up in New York tonight on what should be, well, maybe a very impressive career. But 19-year-old Julio Urias making his major league debut. Yes, 19 years old. He is the first 19-year-old to start pitching in the big leagues since Felix Hernandez did it in 2005. He's also the youngest Dodger pitcher since Fernando Valenzuela way back in 1980. His numbers in AAA, he was 4-1 with a 1.10 ERA. He is obviously a highly touted prospect, and they are excited to get his career underway. It'll all happen in New York tonight against the Mets, guys.
Ball's hit back to the mound. Oberholzer, nice play to second. And Lester, well, he wasn't even halfway up the first baseline, so it's a 1-6-3 double play. And the side is retired. No runs, one hit, and nobody left. We played 6. We'll go to the 7th. It's a 5-run Cubs lead. That 3-run home run was a backbreaker in a 4-run 4th inning for the Cubs. At that point, it was a 1-1 ball game. Our Delaware Valley Honda dealers game summary. Adam Morgan goes 4+. He allows 6 earned runs, 3 home runs in today's game. Meanwhile, for John Lester, he's allowed 1 unearned run. He's basically been John Lester today against the Phillies. He's 4-0 against the Phillies coming in with an ERA of 1.76. And this is how he's looked, aside from maybe 1 outing against them during his career.
Yeah, he's pitched very well. And I'm impressed because he kind of changes his game plan. He's been throwing a lot of cutters, but he also been starting a lot of hitters off first pitch breaking ball.
Peter Borges is 2 for 2, and he takes outside. It's 1-0. Now Ross goes out to the mound to talk to Lester. Lester's won 131 games during his big league career. He has 82 losses. So just about 50 games over 500. I have no idea what David Ross is asking Bob Davidson to do. I thought he was trying to show him the black on the outside part of the plate, saying you're missing some pitches there. Way foul ball, 1 ball, 1 strike to Borges.
I think Lester was frustrated after that first pitch. A few pitches to Tyler Goodell he thought were strikes, called balls. Gave that mean Lester stare into the umpire.
Popped up left side. Third baseman Baez is there. And 1 out. Pitches by inning for John Lester. He's had a couple of extended innings and one real fast one. That was the second, which is strange because the Phillies had 2 base runners in that inning. That's about the time where he started to change the way he was approaching the ball club. Well, that's what he did his last time out. It's really his only bad outing of the year. Odubel takes way outside, and it's 1-0. Odubel had a good at bat his first time up. Actually, his second at bat was a good at bat, but he struck out. Last time he was overmatched and struck out again. 2-0.
Yeah, his last at bat he was overmatched by a cutter that was thrown right at his hip. He wasn't sure if he wanted to jump out of the way or swing, so he hit it both at the same time.
It was basically a one-handed swing. Part of the game for Odubel that has not really been too fast for him during his career are his battles against left-handed pitching. A whole lot phased him, but facing a left-hander has not really phased him. It's good if he wants to be an everyday player.
That it is.
Galvis on deck. .284 against lefties lifetime, .312 against righties in the year and a half. We thought that pitch was ball. It's 3-2. He's had the count 3-2 now for 3 of his 4 ABs. Stays alive, sprays it foul. Liner out toward left center field, and that splits the gap and goes to the ivy. And Odubel Herrera will pull into second base with a 1-out double. That's his 4th double of the year. That's a good swing. That's the kind of swing he was looking for in his first at bat when he flied out to left. And here comes Joe Maddon. That's going to be it for Lester, it looks like. They do have a right-hander warming up in the bullpen. Crowd's starting to stir. And the signal to the pen by Maddon will wrap up today's outing for John Lester. 6 1/3 for Lester. We'll get a nice round of applause as he exits. Six. the Storms have arrived as Freddie Galvis whacks the first pitch foul for Pedro Strop. And here comes Dale Scott. He's going to put the cover on the field. So Strop warms up, throws one pitch, and we are in a rain delay. And we'll probably be in a rain delay for a good amount of time because there is a big storm coming through the city of Chicago. This is going to be a tough one to get this tarp on the field with the wind whipping. Grounds crew is out there pretty quickly, and they got a lot of guys. This is an art sometimes. It is not easy. Well, they did a nice job getting that baby started.
They're professionals, Tom.
Man, it's not easy.
They are professionals.
Left side is already drenched here at Wrigley Field. I mean, this thing came upon us fast. Dale Scott had a visit from the groundskeeper, the head groundskeeper, as Strop was warming up. Boy, they really are doing a heck of a job. Keep it low, boys. Keep it low. The wind shifted as Strop started to warm up. It started blowing out. And we do know that once this game does resume, if it does resume, they're going to have a lot of work to do on the left side of the infield. That's going to be their tall task. But they're going to get this cover on, and they did it in record time. All right, so the Cubs offense has come to life here today. They've scored 6 runs. They have 3 home runs in this afternoon's ball game. Our Hyundai defensive play of the game, though, this is when it was still a ball game early on.
Yeah, this is a very nice play. Baez hits the ball. The Freddie Galvis is right. Freddie's showing his range the whole year. But this one here makes a very nice play off balance. Throws an absolute strike to first base. Adam Morgan likes it. That is your Hyundai defensive play of the game, brought to you by your local Hyundai dealers.
All right, so we're in a rain delay here at Wrigley Field in Chicago. We will try to keep you updated as best as we can moving forward. But while we sit here and wait, you can sit back and enjoy the 2015 Phillies yearbook. is going to go back out and pitch for the Phillies in the bottom of the 7th inning. But the Phillies will continue batting here in the top of the 7th inning. Dale Scott, the crew chief, decided to put the tarp on the field. The grounds crew did a nice job getting the tarp on. They had a lot of work to do to absorb some of the moisture on the infield dirt. But we are just about ready to go, and hopefully we will go on uninterrupted as Trevor Cahill warms up out on the mound. Pete Mackanin going out to talk to Bob Davidson, chat about what they were discussing with the other umpires. This is how the score became what it is. Back in the 4th inning, Adam Morgan was cruising along, and then bam, Jorge Soler crushed that one.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's a home run from the other team. Soler, his 5th of the year off a curveball, followed by Ross a little later in the inning, blasting his 100th of his career on a changeup up in the zone. And then Chris Bryant comes up in the 5th inning. He gets a fastball inside. He absolutely hits a towering home run to left field over everything. The bleachers out on the street. And that's where we're standing with 3 long home runs coming off a fastball, curveball, and a changeup.
And now Trevor Cahill, who was such a renaissance story last year for the Cubs, will come on to pitch here in the top of the 7th inning with Odubel Herrera on second base. The count is no balls and 1 strike as he finishes up his warm-up tosses. Cahill started last year with the Braves, was terrible as a starting pitcher, and then signed a minor league contract with the Dodgers, opted out of that minor league deal, and he must have known something that nobody else knew, that the Cubs were looking for somebody to come in and help out, and he signed with the Cubs and just had a fantastic end of the year with Chicago as a reliever. He's no longer a starter. He would be considered a spot starter, but he is now a relief pitcher. Whether that continues during the course of his career, he'd be crazy to switch it back. So there's Odubel. He's on second base. He doubled against John Lester. Pedro Strop then came on and threw 1 pitch to Freddie Galvis before the rains came. So it's no balls and 1 strike to Galvis. Galvis today is 0 for 3. Cahill delivers high. It's 1-1.
Trevor Cahill, scouting report on him is fastball 91-94, curveball 82-85, and a change as well.
51-minute rain delay here at Wrigley Field. Breaking balls in there. It's 1-2. Now you talk about their repertoire. Some people think that because he doesn't have to throw all of those pitches every single outing, that's why he had success last year with the Cubs. He was 1-0 with a 2.12 ERA in 11 games with Chicago.
Well, if you think about it, it's a lot easier to lock in 2 pitches than it is for 4 pitches. Just concentrate on throwing your fastball and your curveball. If you change up's your 3rd best pitch, you don't have to worry about throwing it.
Yeah, and the other thought too is that teams face him one time through, they haven't figured him out, but then the next time through they do figure him out.
Right.
1 ball and 2 strikes to Galvis. And Galvis off the end of the bat hits one out toward right. It'll drop in for a base hit. Herrera will hold up at 3rd. The Phillies have 1st and 3rd with 1 down here in the 7th. And Michael Franco is coming up. Franco is 0 for 1 with a sac fly and a walk. Let's see if the Phillies can string some hits together here and maybe scratch their way back into the 6-1 ball game. Travis Wood, another former starting pitcher, loosening up in the pen for the Cubs. Tapper up the 3rd base side, charging his Baez. He bobbles, a run will score, and it's now a 6-2 ball game. So 3 straight hits for the Phillies, 1 before the rain delay and then 2 after the rain delay. And they have scored that an infield hit for Michael Franco. Give him an RBI.
It's a nice knock, but Baez should know that Franco doesn't get down the line real fast. He should have time to use his glove and have the exchange and make a strong throw that way. That way you're getting a short out instead of making a very tough play with a bare hand.
Here's Tommy Joseph, who singled his first time up. He's 1 for 3. outside, 1-0. Think about Cahill coming into this ball game or into this outing. He warmed up, but he didn't warm up a whole lot. He was stretching for a while. The grounds crew was getting the field ready. 2 balls, no strikes. Outside, 3-0. Giving him a green light here. Or is he taking a pitch?
Take a pitch. He had 4 or 5 years in the big leagues.
4 or 5 months in the big leagues. He does take for strike 3-1.
Just because there's a pretty good chance the 3-0 pitch is going to be the same as the 3-1 pitch.
Did you like swinging 3-0?
Loved it. I thought it was the greatest time to hit.
Runners take their lead. 3 balls, 1 strike to Joseph. And a breaking ball drops in 3-2. It was actually a changeup from Trevor Cahill.
And the reason why I love swinging 3-0 because you had one thing in your mind was to hook it around the foul pole or hit it foul. Did not want to hit a weak fly ball to left field.
Swing and a miss. He got him. Threw him a fastball, sinker. And Joseph strikes out.
It's a pretty good sinker right here. See, Joseph swings quite a bit over top of it, but I guess I lied. The 3-0 pitch, you think 3-0 you're getting a fastball, 3-1 you're going to get a cookie. He threw his best pitch that he thought he could throw a strike. At that point, he threw a really good changeup.
Well, they'll leave it for Carlos Ruiz. Phillies have a run in here in the 7th inning. They're starting to find it a little bit now. Phillies have used 1 pinch hitter so far, Manuel Burris. They have Blanco, David Lowe, Ryan Howard. They opted not to use Howard with Joseph up in that 1 spot. Now warming up in the bullpen. Grimm had been warming up before. He's back up. Cahill, a one-time at 18-game winner for the Oakland A's. 2 balls, 2 strikes to Ruiz. Outside corner, a call, strike 3. That was a pitcher's pitch. Back-to-back strikeouts for Cahill. The Phillies do get a run, but they lead 2. Time to stretch here at Wrigley Field. It's a 6-2 ball game. Wrigley Field. We want to wish you a very happy birthday. We hope you're enjoying yourself. It's 6-2 Cubs. There's Ryan Howard. He's taken over at first base as part of a double switch. Aaron Nola t-shirt compliments of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 98 will be given out to fans 14 and under on Saturday, June 4th. It's a 3:05 first pitch. All part of the Brewers series. Tickets can be purchased by going to Phillies.com. Brett Oberholzer had been warmed up and ready to go. He was walking out toward the mound when Pete Buchanan decided to make a change and make the double switch. So Colton Murray's on 0-1 with a 1.74 ERA. And Murray who's just finishing up his warm-up tosses will face the top of the order. Pete Buchanan watched Adam Morgan go 4 innings, allowed 8 hits and 6 runs. Andrew Bailey pitched a scoreless 5th inning. That was after Morgan gave up a home run to start the 5th inning. And then Oberholzer pitched a scoreless 6th inning. Dexter Fowler will lead it off. He's 1 for 3, tripled his last time up. Switch hitter at the first pitch. Fastball on the inside corner. No balls in 1 strike. Dexter Fowler had all but signed with the Baltimore Orioles during the month of February, and then all of a sudden showed up at the Cubs spring training home in Arizona. He decided at the last moment he would re-sign with the Chicago Cubs. There were reports that Fowler had agreed to a 3-year, $33 million deal, but instead signed a 1-year, $8 million contract with the Cubs. There's also a $9 million option for a 2nd year. Up high, 2-1. It's made the Cubs a better team defensively, Matt, because instead of Fowler playing center field, they were going to have Jason Hayward, who's a Gold Glover, but not really a center fielder, play center field.
He's back in the position where he likes to play in right field, and Dexter Fowler brings in also a .320 average with 5 home runs and 23 RBIs.
Swing and a miss. It's 2-2. And a very popular guy.
Very popular. You can see that when he walked out on the field in spring training. A lot of players were surprised that he walked out and was part of the team again.
Yeah, that's how it was announced to his team, is that he just popped in.
He walked into right field as they were stretching.
And a strike 3 call. Colton Murray gets a strikeout to start this 7th inning. Time now for the Jeep Stuff the Fans Trivia Quiz answer. All right, Matt, I know you didn't need any help, but you had 56 minutes of a delay to maybe get some help, but I don't think you needed any. The question is, who was the first pitcher ever to finish the season with 20 straight quality starts?
Ever. Jake Arrieta.
Jake Arrieta did that in 2015. Log back on to Phillies.com to find out if you're a winner of a Phillies prize pack. How about the Cubs have won 23 straight Arrieta starts, dating back to the loss last year against the Phillies.
And it took a no-hitter to beat him.
Took a no-hitter to beat him. That's right. And a 3-run home run by Ryan Howard.
Right. Which was a bomb, by the way, to left center.
The outside corner, 1-1. That record, by the way, Arrieta's winning streak of 23 games ties the major league record. Chris Medlin, while with the Braves, established the major league record a couple of years ago. To the right side, Cesar Hernandez waits through the diamond drive. 2 outs. And Chris Bryant's coming up.
I think we just saw Colton Murray's one of his one and only few changeups that I've seen him throw since he's been up there.
I would agree with you. You know, he's usually just a fastball, curveball kind of guy.
It's a great changeup.
outside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Popped up foul and out of play. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Hit that towering home run out to left field his last time up. It's his 5th home run in the last 11 days. Pretty enjoyable road trip when you have 11 hits and 37 at bats. That's 297. That's enjoyable in its own right.
It is.
But of those 11 hits, 4 were home runs. 2-2. The back with a breaking ball. It's 3-2. Phillies half of the 8th inning. It'll be Hernandez, Goodell, and Howard. Ryan Howard is batting 8th now as part of that double switch. Foul territory, first base side. Howard will give it a look, but it's out of play.
Thinking maybe that gentleman that caught 2 foul balls earlier might have a chance for a 3rd one, but it was a section over.
I think he's also, I think he's called game over. He is visiting Wrigleyville right now as we speak. It looked like he had already visited it a little bit before the game. 3-2 pitch. Inside ball 4. So Bryant draws a 2-out walk. And Jorge Soler is coming up. Soler had an RBI single in the 1st inning and then blasted a home run in the 4th inning. So he has contributed today for the Cubs. Just 24 years old, from La Habana, Cuba. He signed a 9-year deal with the Cubs. Ball's in front of Ruiz, and Bryant takes off. The throw to second is not in time. Cesar says he came off the bag, and he points toward the dugout. And Larry Bowa will take a look at it, or have somebody take a look at it and then decide whether they want to review it. Cesar thought his foot slid off, and it didn't look like Cesar was pushing that foot off. It looked like it was just the natural momentum of the play. Watch it here. His foot is off there, and his back foot, did it come off? Yep, it did pop up, and Cesar had his glove on the leg. So Dale Scott, the second base umpire, Sean Barber We'll take a look at this now. Whether it's conclusive or not, I'm not sure.
You know why the foot popped up is because Caesar caught the ball out in front of out in front of second base, but his foot was in front of the bag, so he slid over his bag, over the foot. Once he got across the foot, his foot had to lift up over the foot to get to the bag.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Watch it one more time. See what Matt's talking about.
His left foot compared to a left foot. Right there, he blocks the bag.
Yep.
Now he has to touch the bag by going over.
Oh, so you're saying,
Caesar's
yeah,
foot.
that's a good call. So he's not even on the bag there.
Right. Now he
is.
Now the question is, did the glove stay on the tag
right
the whole way through?
Yeah, whether it's conclusive or not is always a big question. Dale Scott is to your right. He is the crew chief. Sean Barber is to your left. Infielders fielding on the infield side of the bag. Watch, see Cesar's foot.
His left foot.
Yep. It stops Bryant right there.
Now his shin's touching the bag, but now his foot lifts up to go to the bag right there. And now was his pant leg touching the bag? It's hard to say.
Or was the glove still on the leg when it popped up? That's what they will decide. Since the 5-minute and 1 second challenge in St. Louis, the replays have been much quicker around baseball. Not only the Phillies games, but around baseball.
Huh.
I don't think there must not have been enough that conclusive to overturn it.
I would agree.
So that'll be scored a wild pitch. So the call stands. It's not confirmed. It stands. One minute 54-second replay. Count is 1 ball and no strikes to Soler. Just below the knees, 2-0. Gary Jones, the third base coach for the Cubs. Joe Maddon could tell him what the signs are. He's so close to the dugout. On the inside corner, 3-1.
Jonesy was my coach with the Edmonton Trappers back when the Oakland A's, who had a farm team there. I should say he was my manager.
He was a manager for a long time in the Red Sox organization, too. He's not even close to the third base coach's box. I mean, it's as if he's mixed in with everybody else. On the inside corner, strike 3 call. Murray gets 2 strikeouts along the way. Got Soler looking. No runs, no hits, and 1 man left. 7 in the books. We'll go to the 8th. Phillies down 6-2. Phillies baseball is brought to you by McDonald's. Jumpstart your morning with a hot or iced McCafe coffee, now starting at just $1. And by Yellowwood, pressure treated pine. If it doesn't have this yellow tag, you don't want it. Well, it's a soggy afternoon here in Chicago. Thunderstorms passing through, not only early this morning, but also during the course of this game. Phillies trail at 6-2. And Cesar Hernandez, Tyler Goodell, Ryan Howard will face Trevor Cahill as we start the top of the 8th inning. Cesar swung out of his shoes on that one. It's no balls and 1 strike.
Cesar was just happy to see a fastball today. He's seen a lot of off-speed pitches, a lot of curveballs and changeups.
Those were compliments of John Lester, who went 6 1/3. He allowed 6 hits and 2 runs, one of which was earned. 2 walks and 7 strikeouts. There's a liner back toward the middle. That's a base hit for Cesar. So he's aboard. He has 2 hits today. And now Tyler Goodell's coming up. Travis Wood is warming up in the bullpen. You may see him for Ryan Howard if Howard comes up with men in scoring position. Actually, you may see him overall. This might be Cahill's last batter. Did not realize that ball had been fouled.
Not a bad idea right there by Goodell. You're down by 4. You need base runners. Just like to see him sell it a little earlier and not have to be too fine, because Baez was playing way back at 3rd.
Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike to Goodell. Goodell has a base hit today. He's also walked.
Goodell started hitting well. See how his barrel is now? He keeps it straight up. Remember, he used to have it laid on his shoulder. Now his timing's a lot better. It seems like he stays on the baseball. He's not getting beat as much as he was early in the season with fastballs because his timing's a little better.
Yeah, he took a piece out of the process almost.
Yeah.
Stays alive, and he fouls that back. Out to shortstop. Goodell runs well. This still could be 2. It is a double play. 6-4-3. 2 outs, and now they may just let Cahill face Ryan Howard. Well, they will, and they'll move Baez, the 3rd baseman, to the right side of the diamond.
Good feed right there. Zobrist with a strong throw. Good turn. There's Speedy Goodell going down to first base.
Zobrist did not keep that baseball in his glove that long.
No, he did not. And the key is getting a good feed, which makes it easy glove to hand.
Howard got a good swing on that. He fouls it back onto the roof. Ball just got loose from the Cubs bullpen. Broke right on over the plate. That started out as a ball. It stayed a ball, but it looked like it was coming back over. Over the head of Peter Borges on a bounce. Two and two to Howard. Borges. Some debate on what Pete McCannon's going to do with Ryan Howard with the right-handers scheduled to pitch this weekend. Whether Tommy Joseph would play. I think Ryan plays tomorrow.
I think he does as well.
3-2 is waved at and missed. And the side is retired. No runs, one hit, and nobody left. We played 7.5. It's still a 4-run lead for the Cubs on top 6-2 as we go to the bottom of the 8th.
Are the only day game in baseball, so we bring you the Toyota National League East schedule for tonight. Cards and Nats will go at it. Jaime Garcia versus Max Scherzer in that one. Nats 14-9 at home. The Dodgers are in New York. We told you about the 19-year-old Jose Urias, who will get the start against Jacob deGrom in that one. And it's the Marlins and the Braves. Adam Conley will pitch, and Williams Perez as well. Braves 2 wins at home. The Marlins 15-9 on the road, so advantage fish in that one, guys.
All right, Murph. Last night was a good ball game between the Cardinals and the Nationals. In fact, Dusty Baker picked up, what was it, win number 1,700 or something like that last night?
I don't know, Tom. I know Penguins picked up the game. So their 4th win they needed.
That one is hit past And off the glove of the sprawling Maikel Franco. And Caesar will stop at first. The leadoff single, and Addison Russell's coming up.
Good effort right there, right off the glove. What a pretty good step. It looked like he just dove a little too far when underneath the glove. Then had a hard time getting his balance.
Swing and a miss by Russell. The ball powered past him. Dusty Baker has 1,700 wins, 1,523 losses. 322 of those wins came here in Chicago with the Cubs. Up high, 1-1. Time the Phillies pitchers retire the opposition 1-2-3. Comcast will make a contribution to Phillies charities. Phillies baseball is brought to you by Xfinity. Xfinity X1 will change the way you experience TV. Another fastball, 1-2.
We definitely tried to control that running game by throwing over to first base a lot. We threw over there a ton.
Well, that was one of the objectives when spring training broke. Outside again, 2 balls, 2 strikes. Got him. Tied him up with a 94-mile-an-hour fastball. That's 3 strikeouts for Colton Murray. Phillies family packs are available for select weekend home games as you watch this fastball go by them. 4 tickets, 4 Hatfield hot dogs, and 4 Coca-Colas for $100. For more information and to order, visit the ticket section at Phillies.com. Well, good fastball from Colton Murray. Now he's got Javier Baez to deal with, who has 2 hits today. Also robbed of a hit by Freddie Galvis. Out to right center field. Playable for Odubel Herrera. And here's David Ross, who really is the difference in this ball game today. This 3-run home run, you know, those Phillies only have 3 of them this year. Yeah, those are backbreakers.
They are. Some people call a 3-run home run a rally killer. I wish we had more rally killers, and I'd take a 3-run home run any day.
Would be nice. Quick toss over. Popped him up. Ryan Howard over toward the Phillies dugout. And he and Carlos Ruiz converge, and the ball lands free. little miscommunication by the two veterans who have played so many games together. A ball that was catchable. They both missed it. It went past Ruiz's glove and went off Howard's glove.
Nice job of getting to the fence first, but just like you said, Tom, lack of communication, not knowing which one's going to get there first.
My thought would be it's Howard's ball because he's coming down.
Yeah, if he can get there, it is.
Now it's 0-2. Tommy La Stella is out of the on-deck circle to pitch hit for the Cubs. Pitcher spot is due up. Opposite way, Peter Borges on the run and is there to make the catch. And the side is retired. A leadoff single by Caesar is pushed aside. We played 8 on to the 9th. Last chance for the Phillies. Down 6-2. Time now for our WB Mason deliveries of the game. They're not pretty, Matt.
No, they're not. If you're a Cubs fan, they are. It's all about home runs. Soler in the 4th inning gets a curveball from Morgan. Absolutely crushes this one off of Jack Daniels, his 5th of the season. Then Ross comes up a little later on. This was the big hit of the game right here. Kind of out of the area right there where it was kind of hard to get back with a 3-run shot. His 100th of his career. And then 5th inning, icing on the cake by Bryant, hitting a blast. That clears all the seats in left field. Those are your WB Mason deliveries of the game.
Now, with all that said, the Phillies have had chances today as the rain starts to fall once again. They've left 9. Anthony Rizzo takes over at first base. Chris Bryant moves from first to left. And Peter Borges will lead it off against Trevor Cahill. It'll be Borges, Herrera, and Galvis. And Peter bunts foul. No balls and 1 strike. Swing and a miss, and it's 0-2. Ball slipped, bat slipped out of Peter's hand. At least the top hand. He held onto it with the bottom hand. These decisions are not easy for umpires. I mean, this storm is just blowing right through it. Here comes Dale Scott. He's got to put the tarp on the field again. Nobody out here in the 9th inning. Phillies down 6-2. This field has taken a lot of water. And we are in another rain delay, our second one of the afternoon. He waited as long as he could. He thought, well, let me see if we can get through this. But it's coming down as hard now as it was earlier in the afternoon. Grounds crew put a lot of Diamond Dry. How many bags, Matt?
52.
52 bags of Diamond Dry down. That is an unofficial count from up here in the booth. But they are popping the tarp back on the field here. They were successful with their first attempts. And now their second attempts. Boy, it was crystal clear just a few moments ago. Not sure how long this delay will be. The previous delay was 56 minutes. That was officially the number, 56 minutes. And this one officially begins at 5:17 local time, 5:17 Central Time. So the Phillies down to their final outs are hoping that they do have some life once this delay comes to a close. Last time when it started to rain, we left you for alternate programming, and the rain stopped about 10 minutes later. The problem was the field was so drenched that they had a lot of work to do to make sure that they cleaned it up. And that's why there was such an extensive delay. The rain delay itself was only about 30 minutes or so, 35 minutes. But the work that had to be done on it was about another 30 minutes or so. So the grounds crew's got it all covered up. And the Phillies, who trail at 6-2, will have to sit and wait.
Tom, I got to believe that the rain's going to be here for about 10 minutes.
10 minutes?
10 minutes. A little cell going through.
All right, so hopefully we'll be back in the very near future. But while we are in a delay here, we'll give you a chance to look back on what was a great summer for Mo'ne Davis. The game 365. Mo'ne Davis. 38,941. Well, a lot have left. They did so after the second rain delay began, but some are still here as Hector Rondon starts to warm up out on the mound for the Cubs. Phillies down by 4 as we begin the top of the 9th inning. Joe Maddon's team has blasted 3 home runs today, and that's why they have this lead. So here's Rondon. 18th ball game, an ERA of 1.17. 8 saves and 8 opportunities. This is not a save situation. But I think Joe Maddon just wants to get this game over with.
Tom, I know you've been wondering since the rain delays got over.
Yeah.
83 bags of Diamond Drive.
83. It was almost 87, but there were four more being run out, and they said, well, hold on, we don't need them. And they turned around and went right back to the outfield. All right, so here we go. Joe Maddon says, hey, you never know. As far as the bunt goes with Peter Borges, it's no balls and 2 strikes, the count to Borges here in the top of the 9th inning. The game stopped with Trevor Cahill on the mound, and now Rondon. A little different pitcher, a little different velocity. And it's 1-2. Look out, Odubel. That ball went right past Odubel Herrera. I guess you got to be more on your toes here. It's so close to the home plate area. Towards right field and caught. Put away. And here's Odubel Herrera. Odubel's 1 for 4. He doubled back in the 7th inning and scored one of the runs for the Phillies. And he lines it to the left field. That'll be in for a base hit. So it's his second hit. Odubel is on base, and Freddie Galvis is coming up. After the game, Ricky Batalco is in studio to break down everything from today's Phillies Cubs series opener. Only on Cure Auto Insurance presents Phillies Post Game Live.
After Odubel starting off 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts, turned a rough day into a pretty good day, a 2 for 5 with a double and a single.
I actually like the fact that he went right after that fastball from Rondon.
I do too.
Freddie Galvis is the batter. First pitch is foul tipped, 0-1. More base runners to bring the tying run to the plate. Two balls and 1 strike. That pitch up to Galvis.
Interesting pitch, 2-1, throw a slider.
Up by 4.
Unless he's trying to get back on top of that ball, he's having a hard time throwing that fastball for a strike, figuring he needs to get up in front to throw that slider. Maybe try to lock it back in by just getting on top of that ball.
Odubel not being held out at first. And Galvis hits it toward first. Rizzo's got it. There's 1, and there's 2. And that is the ball game. 3-6-1 on the double play. Turned nicely by the Cubs, started by Rizzo, who just entered the game 38 minutes ago. And the Cubs take game 1 of this 3-game series. So the Phillies, who did not lose last year in the 3 games out of Wrigley Field, lose the opener 6-2 here this afternoon. Well, 9 runners left on base for the Phils here today, but they just couldn't overcome the 3 home runs. We'll be back to Wrigley Field to wrap things up right after this.